Hello there. Tonight we are going underground. It is April 30th, 1945, and we are 55 feet beneath the Reich Chancellery Garden in Berlin, inside a concrete structure built to withstand anything the Allied air forces could drop on it. And the man who started the most destructive war in human history is spending his last day alive. The Soviet Red Army is approximately 300 meters away. The city above is burning, and in a suite of 18 small rooms connected by narrow corridors, a man who has not slept properly in weeks, who is shaking visibly from Parkinson's disease, who has spent 12 years running a genocidal empire, and the last 4 of those years losing a war of his own making, is going through the specific motions of his final morning, his final afternoon, and his final hour. Before we begin, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, and tell me in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Now let's go underground. The Führerbunker was not one bunker, but 2. The older section, built in the early 1930s beneath the Reich Chancellery, was called the Führerbunker, a forward bunker, and it sat under the Chancellery building itself. The newer section, completed in 1944 and connected to the Führerbunker by a corridor, was the Führerbunker proper, dug deeper into the Berlin clay, its ceiling reinforced with approximately 4 meters of concrete. It contained 18 rooms arranged along a central corridor, a telephone exchange, a conference room, sleeping quarters for staff, a small surgery, a machine room housing the diesel generators that provided electricity and ventilation, and at the far end, Hitler's personal suite of 6 rooms. An emergency exit staircase led from the Führerbunker up through a concrete tower in the Reich Chancellery Garden. The garden was exposed to Soviet shellfire. The tower's reinforced door was the last barrier between the people in the bunker and the war directly above them. The air inside the Führerbunker was recycled by the diesel generators, and it had a specific quality: damp, concrete-smelling, tinged with diesel exhaust, and the particular staleness of many bodies in sealed rooms. The fluorescent lights burned continuously because there was no natural light at 55 feet underground. The noise was constant, the distant rhythmic concussion of Soviet artillery, closer than it had been even a week before, conducted down through the concrete and into the floor and walls, and the metal furniture as a persistent physical vibration. People who spent time in the bunker in those final days described it later as a specific kind of sensory prison. No outside light, no fresh air, the sound of the war reduced to something you felt in your bones rather than heard with your ears. By April 30th, 1945, the Führerbunker had been Hitler's primary residence for approximately 3.5 months. He had arrived from his East Prussian headquarters, the Wolf's Lair, in mid-January, initially intending to spend only a brief period in Berlin before the situation stabilized. The situation did not stabilize. The Soviet winter offensive shattered German lines in Poland. By February, it was clear that Berlin would be directly threatened. By April, it was clear that Berlin was lost. By the morning of April 30th, it was clear that the war, at least for Germany and for Hitler personally, was over. The people in the bunker on this final day numbered approximately 24 in the immediate vicinity of Hitler's quarters, with others in the Führerbunker section above and in the Reich Chancellery buildings around the complex. The most significant of them, in terms of proximity to Hitler and to the events of the day, were Eva Braun, the woman Hitler had lived with privately for more than a decade, and whom he had married the previous evening in a brief civil ceremony; Martin Bormann, the head of the Nazi Party Chancellery and Hitler's personal secretary, whose loyalty had made him the gatekeeper of access to Hitler through the war years; Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, who had brought his wife Magda and their 6 children into the bunker and had decided that the family would not survive the war; Generals Wilhelm Burgdorf and Hans Krebs, the senior Wehrmacht officers still with Hitler in the bunker; and the personnel of Hitler's immediate staff, including his adjutants, his physician Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, and a rotating group of secretaries and assistants. Hitler's dog, a German shepherd named Blondie, had been in the bunker with him. Blondie was dead by the morning of April 30th. Hitler had tested the cyanide capsules provided by Heinrich Himmler on the dog the previous day, having received word accurate. As it turned out, that Himmler had been attempting to negotiate a separate peace with the Western Allies through the Swedish diplomat Folke Bernadotte, a betrayal from the man Hitler had trusted most completely and most recently. The cyanide worked on Blondie. The dog died immediately. The testing of the cyanide on his own dog is one of the details about Hitler's final days that resists the kind of easy analytical processing that most historical facts allow. He tested the poison that he intended to use on himself, on the animal he was closest to in the bunker, watching it die, confirming the poison's efficacy. Whatever this action says about his state of mind on April 29, 1945, it says something specific and irreducible. The night of April 29th into the morning of April 30th was notable for two events: the civil marriage ceremony that united Hitler and Eva Braun, and the completion and signing of Hitler's political testament, a lengthy document that read the future and the past with the specific delusional logic that had characterized Hitler's thinking throughout his career, blaming the war on the Jews, expressing no remorse for 12 years of mass murder, appointing successors to positions that would be vacant within the day. The marriage ceremony was conducted at approximately midnight by a city official named Walter Wagner, who had been located and brought to the bunker specifically for this purpose. Wagner was a minor official in the Berlin city government who happened to have the legal authority to perform civil marriages. He was not a significant figure in the Nazi hierarchy. The ceremony took approximately 10 minutes. The witnesses were Martin Bormann and Joseph Goebbels. Eva Braun, 40 years old on April 30th, signed her name on the marriage certificate and then, out of habit, began to write Eva Braun and had to cross it out and write Eva Hitler. This detail, the crossed-out maiden name, is preserved on the original certificate. After the ceremony, there was a small gathering in Hitler's sitting room, what witnesses later described as a reception, though the word seems inadequate for the context. Champagne was opened. People sat in the small room with its maps and its metal furniture and its concrete walls and talked, though witnesses disagreed about what was talked about. Several said Hitler appeared withdrawn, that the conversation was conducted around him rather than by him. His personal secretary, Traudl Jung, who was present and who later wrote the memoir on which much of the eyewitness reconstruction of the final days rests, said Hitler talked about death and about the past, about the early years of the Nazi movement, about things that had gone wrong in the war that he attributed to the failures of others. At approximately 3 a.m, Hitler withdrew to dictate his personal will and his political testament to Traudl Jung. The dictation lasted until around 4 a.m. Jung later said she was concentrating on transcribing accurately, and that the content of the document, the specific claims, the specific accusations, the specific appointments of successors, registered on her only gradually, and that when it registered fully, it produced in her a specific nausea that she did not fully process until after the war. The political testament appointed Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz as the new Reich President and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. It expelled Himmler and Göring from the party for their respective treacheries. It blamed the Jews for the war. It expressed regret not for the Holocaust. The document does not address the Holocaust as such, but for the strategic failures that had led to Germany's military defeat. It read, in places, like a document written by someone who genuinely believed everything in it, which is the most disturbing interpretation of it, and also the most historically accurate one. By the time the dictation was complete and the typescript produced, it was approximately 4:30 a.m. Hitler signed 3 copies of the political testament and 3 copies of a separate personal will that dealt with his property and his personal effects. He then went to bed, or at least withdrew to his quarters, and slept for some portion of the morning. April 30th, 1945. The day begins. The Soviet 3rd Shock Army and the 8th Guards Army are fighting their way through the Tiergarten district, approximately 300 meters from the Reich Chancellery complex. Artillery fire is continuous. The specific fighting of April 30th in central Berlin was street by street, building by building, floor by floor, with Soviet infantry and German defenders. A mix of regular Wehrmacht, SS units, and the Volkssturm, the last-ditch militia of teenage boys and old men, contesting each room in a city that had already been reduced by Allied bombing and artillery to something that looked more like a geological feature than an urban environment. Collapsed buildings created rubble fields that changed the city's geography. Streets that had existed for centuries no longer had the buildings necessary to define them as streets. Above the Führerbunker, the Reich Chancellery Garden was under intermittent Soviet artillery fire. The concrete tower of the emergency exit was being hit. Anyone moving in the garden was exposed. This physical reality, the Soviet army, was within walking distance of the bunker entrance, and the walking distance required crossing terrain under active fire, was the most concrete and most immediate fact of Hitler's last morning. Escape by ground was not possible. Escape by air was theoretically possible from a strip on the east-west axis boulevard that had been cleared as a makeshift runway, but no aircraft capable of extracting senior officials had been able to land under sustained Soviet air attack. The physical perimeter of Hitler's world had contracted to the 18 rooms of the Führerbunker and the emergency exit that led to a garden being shelled. Hitler rose late by the standards of his earlier life, though the concept of a normal schedule had ceased to apply in the bunker weeks earlier. The routine of the final days, reconstructed from the testimony of multiple witnesses, placed his waking somewhere between late morning and noon. He dressed. His physician, Dr. Stumpfigger, attended him. Hitler's health in the final weeks had been visible to everyone around him. The tremor in his left hand and left leg, which had become pronounced enough that staff had learned to stand to his right side to avoid seeing it. The stooped posture, markedly different from the erect bearing of his earlier public appearances. The pallor of the skin that comes from months without exposure to daylight. The eyes, which multiple witnesses described as both intense and somehow extinguished, present but not quite seeing what was in front of them. The specific medical picture is important because it bears on the question of Hitler's psychological state in those final hours. He had Parkinson's disease, diagnosed or strongly suspected by several medical historians examining the symptom record. This would explain the tremor, the rigidity, the stooped posture, the flat affect in emotional situations. He had been receiving injections of a drug cocktail from his personal physician, Dr. Theodor Morol, throughout the war, a cocktail that included amphetamines, hormones, and various other substances that Morol believed were therapeutic, and that most subsequent medical examination has regarded as at minimum harmful and at maximum actively damaging to Hitler's cognitive function and physical health. He had not slept properly in weeks. He had not eaten properly in months, having developed an extreme selectivity about food after a 1943 incident of poisoning that may or may not have been a genuine poisoning attempt. The 63-year-old man in the Führerbunker on April 30th, 1945, was physically a wreck of the person who had stood at Nuremberg rallies in the 1930s and whose health had been managed by his propagandists as a symbol of German vitality. The morning meeting on April 30th was a military briefing of the kind that Hitler had been holding throughout the war, though the word military is by this point almost metaphorical. The situation map of Berlin showed Soviet forces converging from multiple directions. The specific military intelligence presented to Hitler on this morning included the confirmation that there were no forces capable of relieving Berlin from outside, that the relief operation that had been talked about for days, centered on the armies of General Walther Wenck to the southwest, was not going to reach Berlin in any time frame that mattered, that Soviet forces had crossed the Spree River and were fighting in the Tiergarten, and that the area still held by German forces within Berlin had contracted to a few kilometers in the city center. This information was not, in any sense, new. The military situation had been hopeless for weeks, and the specific intelligence provided each morning had been variations on the theme of a city being progressively consumed by the Soviet advance. What made the April 30th briefing different was a specific piece of intelligence about the timing of the Soviet advance relative to the bunker's specific location. Generals Bergdorf and Krebs told Hitler that based on the current rate of Soviet advance and the specific geography of the remaining fighting, Soviet forces could be expected to reach the vicinity of the Reich Chancellery within 24 hours, possibly within 12. This estimate translated the abstract military situation into a specific physical timeline. The bunker itself would likely be under direct assault by the morning of May 1st. This briefing is the pivot point of the day. Before it, there is the specific narrow possibility that some last development could change the situation. After it, Hitler knew, not feared, not expected, but knew that his death was a matter of hours. The decision he had been moving toward for days was now simply a matter of when within those hours rather than whether. Hitler's reaction to this briefing, as recorded in the testimony of those present, was not dramatic. He did not rage. He did not weep. He had, witnesses said, become unusually quiet and inward in the days since the news of Himmler's betrayal, and the April 30th morning briefing deepened this quietness rather than breaking it. He acknowledged the information. He asked some questions about the specific location of Soviet forces. He made no significant new military decisions because there were no significant military decisions remaining to be made. The briefing ended and people filtered out of the small conference room and back into the corridor. In the hours after the morning briefing, Hitler moved through what appears, from the testimony of those present, to have been a specific and deliberate process of conclusion. He ate lunch with his secretaries, Traudl Jung and Gerda Christian, and with his dietitian Constanze Manzierli. The meal was spaghetti with a light sauce, a choice consistent with Hitler's long-standing vegetarian preferences. The lunch was notable for its apparent normalcy, or rather for the performance of normalcy that it represented. People sitting at a table, eating food together, in a room 55 feet underground in a city being stormed, maintaining the forms of ordinary life in circumstances that had ceased to resemble ordinary life in any meaningful way. The conversation at lunch was remembered differently by different witnesses. Jung recalled Hitler talking again about the past, about Munich in the early days, about the movement's origins, in the slightly unfocused way of someone reviewing a life rather than planning a future. Others recalled longer silences and shorter exchanges than usual. What all the accounts agree on is that Hitler at lunch on April 30th had an air of someone who has settled something internally, who has moved beyond the anguish of decision into the specific stillness that sometimes follows a decision irrevocably made. After lunch, Hitler walked through the corridor to Eva's rooms. What passed between them during this time is not precisely recorded. They were private. Whatever they said to each other in the Führerbunker in the middle of the afternoon on April 30th, 1945, no surviving account captures it with direct specificity. What is known is that they had spent the morning and early afternoon in proximity, that the decision about when to die had been made, and both of them knew it, and that Eva Braun's own behavior throughout the day was described by witnesses as composed to a degree that observers found more remarkable than Hitler's composure, since Eva had no formal role in the events of the day, and her death was entirely voluntary, chosen in solidarity with a man she had loved privately for more than a decade. Eva Braun had joined Hitler in the bunker in mid-April, having traveled from Munich against the advice of those around her and against the tide of refugees and fleeing officials moving in the opposite direction. Her decision to come to Berlin had a specific quality that no practical consideration explains. She knew what she was coming toward. There was no military or professional reason for her presence. She came because she chose to die with him, a choice she appears to have made with complete clarity and no ambivalence that any witness recorded. The secretaries who knew her in the bunker described her as calm, even cheerful in a specific way, someone who had made peace with a decision and was on the other side of it. At approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hitler and Eva Braun emerged from their private rooms and moved through the corridor of the Führerbunker for the last time. They were going to say goodbye. The farewell took place in the corridor itself, which was the largest available space in that section of the bunker. The people gathered included Goebbels and his wife Magda Bormann, the generals Bergdorf and Krebs, the adjutants, several members of the SS bodyguard, the secretaries, and other staff who had been in the bunker through the final period. The group numbered perhaps 20 people, standing in the concrete corridor with its fluorescent lights and its diesel hum and its vibrating floor. Hitler moved along the line. He shook hands with each person. He said something brief to each. Witnesses reconstructed fragments of these exchanges later, phrases that ranged from the perfunctory to the oddly personal, depending on the individual. He appeared to some of the witnesses to be looking through them rather than at them, present physically, but operating in some inward mode that the social ritual of handshaking was not quite reaching. Magda Goebbels, who had brought 6 children into the bunker and who would kill them before the day was out rather than allow them to survive into a world without National Socialism, asked to speak with Hitler privately. She did so in his study. What was said in that conversation is not on the historical record. When she emerged, she was weeping. Hitler returned to the corridor and continued the farewell. The handshaking lasted approximately 10 minutes. Then Hitler and Eva Braun returned to their suite. The door closed. The people standing in the corridor stayed where they were for a moment, then began moving to various positions, some to the staircase landing just outside the corridor, some to the conference room, some to positions near the corridor door. They were waiting. Everyone in the bunker understood what they were waiting for. What happened inside the suite of rooms in the next approximately 30 minutes is reconstructed from physical evidence, from the testimony of the people who entered the room afterward, and from the accounts of people who were present in the immediate vicinity in the bunker. There are no eyewitnesses to the deaths themselves. The door was closed. The anteroom between the corridor and the inner study provided a partial sound buffer. What was seen and heard from outside the closed door, and what was found when the door was opened, are the 2 primary sources for what occurred. Hitler and Eva Braun sat down together on the small sofa in the study. The study was approximately 6 feet by 8 feet, furnished with a writing table, the sofa, a small side table, and a portrait of Frederick the Great on the wall that Hitler had carried with him from headquarters to headquarters throughout the war as a talisman of Prussian martial virtue. The room was simply furnished by the standards of the spaces Hitler had occupied in his life. Functional rather than grand, the working room of a command headquarters rather than the ceremonial space of a state building. Both of them had cyanide. Eva Braun's capsule was a glass vial that she crushed between her teeth. Cyanide poisoning from ingested hydrogen cyanide produces rapid loss of consciousness, followed by death through hypoxic convulsions and cardiac arrest, typically within 1 to several minutes, depending on the dose and the individual's weight and metabolic rate. Eva Braun's death was from cyanide alone. Hitler also had a cyanide capsule, tested and confirmed effective the previous day on Blondie. He also had his personal pistol, a Walther PPK in 7.65 millimeters caliber. The question of which of these he used, or whether he used both, is one of the genuine historical disputes about April 30th, 1945, and it has been informed by physical evidence that is itself contested. The Soviet post-mortem examination conducted on the remains found in the Reich Chancellery Garden, which we will address in detail, found evidence of cyanide poisoning in the teeth and tissues. The German witnesses who entered the room and described finding Hitler with a gunshot wound to the right temple present a picture consistent with both cyanide and a self-inflicted gunshot wound delivered almost simultaneously or in very close sequence. The most likely scenario, accepted by most historians, is that Hitler bit down on the cyanide capsule and simultaneously, or immediately, afterward fired the pistol into his right temple. The cyanide was insurance. The pistol was preference. Hitler had expressed on multiple occasions his specific determination not to be captured alive, and the specific certainty of a gunshot wound to the head was consistent with this. The people in the corridor heard a shot, a single shot. The testimony on the timing of this is consistent across multiple accounts. Sometime between 3:15 and 3:30 in the afternoon of April 30th, 1945, a gunshot was heard from inside the study. There was a pause. Then the door opened. The first person to enter was Hitler's adjutant, Otto Gunsch, who had been posted outside the door. He was followed immediately by Heinz Linge, Hitler's personal valet, who had served him since the 1930s and who had been given specific instructions earlier in the day about what to do when the moment came. What they found: Eva Braun was curled on the left side of the sofa, her legs drawn up, her face showing the specific contortion of cyanide death, which produces a characteristic rictus. She had not fired a weapon. The pistol found beside her was unfired. Hitler was on the right side of the sofa, slumped slightly forward, his right temple showing an entry wound, the Walther PPK on the floor beside or beneath his right hand. There was blood on the right side of his face and on the sofa. The smell of gunpowder and of cyanide was present in the small room. The few seconds between the door opening and the word being passed to the people waiting in the corridor and on the staircase outside represent a specific hinge point in 20th century history. The 12 years of the Third Reich, the war that killed somewhere between 70 and 85 million people, the Holocaust that murdered 6 million Jews and millions of others, the machinery of industrialized genocide, the specific decision-making of one man that produced and sustained all of it. All of it ended in a 6 by 8 foot concrete room 55 feet underground, on a small sofa, in front of a portrait of Frederick the Great, in the specific physical details of 2 deaths that happened within minutes of each other on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Linge went back out into the corridor. Martin Bormann was waiting. Others were on the stairs. The word passed very quickly through the small bunker. It was done. The specific orders for what happened next had been given by Hitler himself in conversations over the preceding days with Linge, Gunsch, and others. He was explicit. He did not want his body to fall into Soviet hands. He did not want to be displayed or paraded or made into a trophy of Soviet victory. The specific reference he made in these conversations was to the fate of Benito Mussolini, who had been shot by Italian partisans on April 28, 1945, 2 days before, and whose body had been hung upside down by the feet from a beam at a petrol station in Milan, subjected to public mutilation, photographed and published in newspapers that had reached Berlin within 24 hours. Hitler knew about Mussolini's fate. He had known Mussolini. The image of the Italian dictator, displayed like a carcass, was one of the specific images driving his insistence on cremation. Linge and Gunsch wrapped Hitler's body in a woolen blanket and carried it through the corridor, up the emergency exit staircase, and out into the Reich Chancellery garden. Eva Braun's body was carried by 2 SS officers. The garden was under Soviet artillery fire. The men carrying the bodies moved quickly through the shell fire to a depression in the ground, approximately 3 meters from the emergency exit door. Some accounts say a shallow shell crater, some say a pre-dug depression, but both descriptions are consistent with a low point in the garden's terrain that provided minimal cover from direct observation. The bodies were laid in this depression. Approximately 200 liters of petrol had been sourced from the Reich Chancellery's remaining vehicle fuel. The petrol was poured over both bodies. Someone produced a burning rag. The accounts differ on exactly who lit the fire and dropped it from the emergency exit doorway onto the petrol-soaked remains. The fire ignited. The people who had carried the bodies retreated to the doorway and watched from the cover of the emergency exit tower, looking out into the garden where 2 bodies burned. The burning took several hours, interrupted periodically by the incoming Soviet artillery fire that drove the witnesses back inside the door and into the staircase below. At intervals, they emerged to pour additional petrol onto the remains. The fire was not hot enough or sustained enough for complete combustion. The incineration of a human body requires sustained temperatures and duration that an open-air petrol fire in a garden, subject to interruption by shell fire, cannot produce consistently. What the fire produced over the course of several hours on the afternoon of April 30th, 1945, was significant destruction of the bodies, but not their complete elimination. Those in the doorway watching the burning described the specific quality of standing in a garden in a city under artillery fire, watching two bodies burn in the flat emotional register that extreme situations sometimes produce. There was no ceremony. No words were spoken over the bodies. The specific solemnity that burial or cremation usually carries was absent. Traudl Jung, who did not witness the burning directly, but who was in the bunker when the reports came back, described the sounds she heard: the distant artillery, the closer sound of the fire, and the smell that came down through the emergency exit staircase and into the bunker, the specific smell of burning, which in the context of the knowledge of what was burning carried a quality that she found difficult to process even decades later in the writing of her memoir. The afternoon and evening of April 30th, 1945, in the bunker after the deaths, has a specific and strange quality in the historical record. Life continued. People ate. People talked. The military briefings continued as if there were still a war to manage, even though the person the briefings had been conducted for was burning in the garden above. The new chain of command had been established in the political testament. Donitz in the north, Goebbels as the Reich Chancellor in Berlin. But Goebbels was in the bunker and had already made his own decision about survival. And Donitz was in Plen in Schleswig-Holstein, 300 miles north, and had not yet been formally notified. Martin Bormann, whose entire identity and power had been built on his proximity to Hitler, whose role as gatekeeper to Hitler's person had made him one of the most powerful men in the Nazi state, was now in a position that had no function. The person who defined his function was dead. Bormann spent the evening of April 30th in the bunker, and the subsequent days trying to find a way to escape from Berlin, which he eventually attempted, and in which he died, though the precise circumstances and location of his death remained uncertain for decades. His fate, and the specific desperation of a man whose power had been entirely derivative, and who is now operating without the source of that power, is one of the specific human stories of the bunker's final days. Goebbels spent the evening preparing for his own death, which would come the following day on May 1st. His wife Magda spent the evening with her children, who were in the Führerbunker section above. She had already decided. The children, Helga 12, Hildegard 11, Helmut 9, Holdine 8, Hedwig 6. Heidrun 4 had been brought into the bunker in late April, ostensibly for their safety during the Soviet assault on Berlin, but in reality because their mother had made a decision that she would not allow them to grow up in a Germany that was not National Socialist, that she would not allow them to live in the post-Hitler world. This decision, Magda Goebbels' decision about her 6 children, is one of the most disturbing facts in a historical record that contains an almost unlimited supply of disturbing facts. The children were given sedatives in their evening drinks, and once they were sleeping, were killed by cyanide. The specific details of how this was done and who administered the poison have been a matter of historical dispute, but the fact of the killings is not disputed. Joseph Goebbels died by gunshot the following evening, May 1st, after dictating a codicil to Hitler's political testament. He was 47 years old. His wife died the same way at the same time. In the Reich Chancellery garden, after the fire had burned down and Soviet artillery had driven the watchers inside, the remains of Hitler and Eva Braun were in the shallow depression where the burning had occurred. The remains were not buried formally, The accounts differ on exactly what happened to the ash and charred bone in the immediate aftermath. Some accounts say they were swept into a shell crater. Some say they were collected in a shell casing or a box. The uncertainty about what happened to the physical remains in those final hours before the Soviets reached the Reich Chancellery on May 2nd is the origin of one of the longest-running forensic and historiographical disputes of the 20th century. The Soviet forces that arrived in the Reich Chancellery area on May 2, 1945, were operating under specific instructions from Stalin himself regarding Hitler's fate. Stalin had been told, through intelligence channels, that Hitler was dead. He did not initially believe it, or at least performed disbelief as a strategic posture, because a dead Hitler, especially a Hitler whose death was difficult to physically verify, was more useful to Soviet political purposes than a confirmed dead Hitler whose remains could close the question. A missing or possibly alive Hitler could be used to complicate Western Allied celebrations, to cast doubt on the German surrender, to maintain a level of anxiety in Western European populations. Soviet military intelligence units, specifically SMERSH, the Soviet Counterintelligence Organization, moved through the Reich Chancellery complex in the first days of May 1945, conducting an intensive search for physical evidence of Hitler's death. They found remains in the garden. They conducted examinations. The specific results of those examinations and the fate of what the Soviets found and removed were not made public until decades later, and even then the information released was partial and in some cases contradictory, because Stalin had interests in maintaining uncertainty that outlasted the immediate military situation. A jaw with distinctive dental work was found in the garden near the bunker exit on May 5, 1945, by Soviet intelligence officers. The dental records were compared with records provided by Hitler's dentist, Dr. Hugo Blaschke, and by his dental assistant Keith Heusermann, who had direct knowledge of Hitler's extensive and distinctive dental history, including significant bridgework on his upper jaw. The comparison produced a match, and Smersh reported to Moscow that Hitler was dead, identified through his dental records. This report and its supporting evidence were classified and not made public by the Soviet Union for decades. In the meantime, Stalin publicly entertained the possibility that Hitler had escaped, a position that served Soviet propaganda purposes and that contributed to the specific, persistent conspiracy theories about Hitler's survival that would circulate for the rest of the 20th century. The forensic history of Hitler's physical remains is one of the stranger subplots of the 20th century, and it is worth following in some detail, because the specific sequence of scientific findings and political decisions about those findings shaped how the world understood, and in many cases misunderstood, the confirmed fact of Hitler's death for decades. The jaw fragment recovered by Soviet forces in May 1945 was taken to Moscow, where it was stored in Soviet archives, along with other materials related to Hitler's death, including a skull fragment with a gunshot wound that Soviet investigators attributed to Hitler. These materials were classified under Stalin's explicit instructions, surfacing briefly in various Soviet investigations, and then being reclassified, existing in a kind of institutional limbo where they were known about but not officially acknowledged. In 1972, Soviet writer Lev Bezymensky, working with official cooperation, published an account of the Soviet findings that disclosed some of the dental evidence. The disclosure was incomplete, and the book was subject to Soviet editorial control, but it was the first substantial public acknowledgement that Soviet forces had physically identified Hitler's remains through dental records. The jaw fragment and the skull fragment remained in Russian archives. In 2018, a team of French forensic scientists was granted access to the jaw fragment held in Russian archives. Their examination, published in peer-reviewed scientific literature in 2018, confirmed through dental analysis that the jaw fragment matched Hitler's dental records as known from multiple independent sources. The teeth showed characteristics that were both consistent with what was known about Hitler's dental history, the specific bridgework, the specific arrangement of remaining natural teeth, the specific pattern of dental work performed by Blasch and his staff, and inconsistent with any alternative identification. The French team concluded with high confidence that the jaw fragment was from Hitler's body. The skull fragment is more complicated. A different Russian study and subsequent examination of this fragment, using a variety of analytical methods, found that the skull fragment showed characteristics inconsistent with what would be expected from a 63-year-old man with Hitler's known physical profile. The sutures of the skull, for example, showed a level of fusion more consistent with a younger individual, and some anatomical features were described by analysts as potentially more consistent with a female skull than a male one. This analysis suggested that the skull fragment in Russian archives was not Hitler's, and might be from a different person entirely, possibly from one of the many bodies present in the Reich Chancellery area in the first days of May 1945, where Soviet forces found multiple sets of remains. This finding does not mean Hitler survived. The dental jaw fragment identification is separate from the skull fragment and stands on its own as strong evidence of his death. What the skull fragment complication means is that the Russian archives contain material that has been attributed to Hitler, but that may not all be from him. A situation consistent with the chaotic forensic environment of a bombed city in 1945, where multiple sets of human remains were present in a small area, and where the specific provenance of individual fragments was not always carefully documented in real time. The conspiracy theories about Hitler's survival have been a persistent feature of the post-war historical landscape, and while they are not credible, understanding why they have persisted illuminates something specific about the nature of historical denial and about the specific circumstances that created the uncertainty they exploited. The theories cluster around a small number of proposed survival scenarios: that Hitler escaped from Berlin by submarine to Argentina, that he was secreted to a remote location in South America or Antarctica, that the body found in the garden was a double. These theories have been examined and re-examined by historians, journalists, and intelligence agencies for 7 decades, and none has produced any credible evidence of Hitler's survival. The submarine escape theory proposes that Hitler escaped via U-boat from some point on the German North Sea or Baltic coast. The specific problem with this theory is the timeline. Hitler was confirmed in the bunker as late as the afternoon of April 30th by multiple witnesses who spoke to him directly, and there is no plausible route from the bunker to any German submarine port that could have been completed in the window of time that any survival theory requires. Berlin on April 30th, 1945 was surrounded by Soviet forces. The roads leading out of Berlin were under Soviet control or under fire. Flying was not possible from the city center under Soviet air coverage. There is no mechanism by which a person could have left the bunker on April 30th and reached a submarine in the time available. The body double theory proposes that Hitler's place in the bunker was taken by a double while the real Hitler escaped. This theory requires a conspiracy of silence among all the witnesses to Hitler's final days: the secretaries, the adjutants, the generals, the doctors, the SS guards, none of whom ever, despite decades of interviews, subsequent memoirs, and in some cases the knowledge that they faced prosecution for their actual roles in the Third Reich, rather than any interest in protecting a dead man, reported anything inconsistent with Hitler's genuine presence in the bunker through April 30th. The body double theory requires approximately 20 people to have maintained a perfect, permanent, coordinated lie across decades of memoirs, interviews, legal proceedings, and historical investigation. This has not happened. The Argentina theory acquired specific documentary investment from an FBI file released under the Freedom of Information Act that contained reports from informants describing Hitler's presence in South America. These FBI files were from the late 1940s and early 1950s, when the Bureau was investigating multiple reports of potential Nazi war criminals in South America, reports that came in large numbers, and that reflected both the genuine reality that many Nazis had escaped to South America through various ratlins and the specific paranoia of the early Cold War period about what German officials and technology had escaped Allied capture. The FBI file on Hitler's possible survival was not evidence of survival. It was a file documenting the investigation and dismissal of claims of survival. The investigation found no credible evidence. The file was closed. The testimonies of the people who were in the Führerbunker on April 30th and who survived the war, Traudl Jung, Heinz Linge, Otto Gunsch, Gerda Christian, and others, form the primary human record of what happened on that day, and they deserve attention as testimony rather than simply as data. Traudl Jung, Hitler's personal secretary, was 25 years old on April 30th, 1945. She had worked for Hitler since 1942. She had typed his dictated political testament the night before his death. She survived the breakout from the bunker on May 1st, eventually made her way through Soviet-controlled territory, was captured and released by Soviet forces, and lived until 2002, giving her the longest post-war life of any of the major bunker witnesses. Her memoir, Until the Final Hour, was published in 2002, shortly before her death, and is the richest single eyewitness account of the final days in the bunker. What Jung's testimony reveals, beyond the factual record it provides, is the specific moral complexity of having been close to Hitler. She described him repeatedly as kind to her personally and considerate of her needs and those of the other secretarial staff. She described the specific dissonance of these personal experiences with a knowledge of what he was doing and what he had done, a dissonance that she spent decades processing and that she acknowledged in her memoir she did not fully process during the war years themselves, when the proximity and the specific social world of the bunker created a kind of tunnel vision that made the broader reality of the Third Reich feel abstractly distant. Her admission of this moral tunnel vision is one of the most honest pieces of personal reckoning in the entire literature of Nazi Germany, and it is useful precisely because it is honest rather than defensive. Heinz Linge was the valet who carried Hitler's body to the garden. He was 29 on April 30th, 1945. He survived Soviet captivity and wrote his memoirs in the 1970s. His testimony on the physical details of the death, the condition of the room, the position of the bodies, the presence of the Walther PPK, the smell of cyanide and gunpowder, is consistent with the physical evidence and with the testimony of Gunsch, who entered the room alongside him. Otto Gunsch was Hitler's SS adjutant, posted outside the study door when the deaths occurred. He was 31. He heard the shot. He opened the door. He was present for the removal of the bodies and the burning. Captured by Soviet forces, he spent 10 years in Soviet captivity, during which he was extensively interrogated about Hitler's final days, and his testimony in those interrogations was detailed and consistent with what he would later say in Western interviews and memoirs. These three witnesses form a triangulated core of testimony about the specific events of April 30th, supplemented by the testimony of others who were present in the bunker through the final days. Where their accounts differ, the differences tend to be in peripheral details: the exact time, the exact position of a body, the exact sequence of who entered the room first, rather than in the core facts, which are consistent. 2 people died in the study, one by gunshot and cyanide, and one by cyanide alone. The bodies were carried to the garden and burned, and the man who had run Nazi Germany for 12 years died between approximately 3 and 3:30 on the afternoon of Waffenhütte, April 30th, 1945. The world outside the bunker on April 30th, 1945 was a world in the specific process of understanding that the war in Europe was effectively over, even if the formal German surrender would not come until May 8th. American and British forces had reached the Elbe and stopped there, their advance intentionally halted to allow Soviet forces to take Berlin, a decision whose specific, strategic, and moral dimensions would be debated for the rest of the century. Soviet forces were in the process of completing the encirclement of the German capital and reducing it building by building in some of the most brutal urban combat of the war. Italy had been liberated. Austria was largely under Allied control. The German military was fighting in scattered pockets across a territory that no longer functioned as a coherent nation. In the United States, the war in the Pacific continued with no projected end date, and the specific decision about whether and how to use the atomic bomb against Japan was being worked through at the highest levels of the American government, under a president who had been in office for less than 3 weeks. Harry Truman had learned of the Manhattan Project's existence only upon assuming the presidency in mid-April, following Roosevelt's death, and was in the process of briefing himself on a weapon whose implications none of the people in the room had yet fully grasped: the concentration camps. By April 30th, 1945, the major concentration camps in Germany and Western Europe had been liberated by Allied forces, and the specific scale of what they contained was in the process of being understood by the Allied armies and the governments behind them. The photographs from Buchenwald, Dachau, Nordhausen, Bergen-Belsen, taken by Allied military photographers in April 1945, were being processed and printed and distributed to newspapers around the world. The specific comprehension of the Holocaust, what had been done, how, to how many, by what mechanism, under whose orders, was in its earliest stages. The specific fact that the man in the bunker, the man now burning in the garden, had personally ordered and supervised what had been found in those camps, was not in dispute among those who knew the most. The documents and the testimony and the physical evidence of the camps themselves made the connection explicit. The Holocaust killed 6 million Jews. It killed approximately 5 to 6 million others: Soviet Poles, Polish civilians, Roma, people with disabilities, political prisoners, gay men. The total death toll of the Second World War is estimated at somewhere between 70 and 85 million people, including combat deaths, civilian deaths from bombing and starvation and disease, and the deaths of the concentration and death camps. This is the specific thing that ended in the Führerbunker. On April 30th, 1945, the decision-making apparatus of the person who had set in motion a sequence of events producing this mortality. The bunker is a small room. The scale of what it housed is not small at all. The specific psychological and historical questions that Hitler's death raises are different from the questions raised by the deaths of most historical figures, because the question of why is so much larger and more resistant to the usual satisfactions of historical explanation. Biographies of Hitler, there are dozens of them, serious ones by serious historians, have produced an enormous collective effort to explain how a specific person, born in Braunau am Inn in Austria in 1889, came to be the person in the Führerbunker in 1945. The explanations draw on childhood, on the specific humiliations and experiences of his adolescence and young adulthood in Vienna, on the First World War and its specific effect on him and on the Germany that produced him, on the specific conditions of Weimar Germany and the particular vulnerabilities of its democratic institutions, on the specific mechanisms by which a radical fringe movement captured a major democratic state, and the specific complicity of institutions and individuals who could have resisted and did not. None of these explanations is complete, and none should be. The scale of what he did resists the satisfying psychological reduction that biography seeks, not because the psychological and historical forces at work were not real, but because the gap between any individual life history and the specific catastrophe of the Second World War and the Holocaust requires a level of explanation that no single biography can contain. The biographies are necessary. They illuminate the specific person and the specific decisions made in the specific moments of his rise and the exercise of his power. They do not produce the comfortable conclusion that if some detail of his childhood or his adolescence had been different, none of this would have happened, because that kind of monocausal explanation is not what the historical record actually supports. What the historical record of Hitler's final day supports is this: a man who had made specific choices over a specific period of years that produced specific consequences on an enormous scale, spent April 30th, 1945, in a concrete room underground, watching the consequences converge on his specific location. The Soviet army was 300 meters away because of choices he made. The city was burning because of choices he made. The people in the bunker with him were there because of choices he made and choices they made in response to his. The 5 or 6 hours between the morning briefing and the gunshot in the study were the specific hours in which a person who had spent 12 years making choices that affected hundreds of millions of people made his last choice, the one that ended the decision-making. There are details about April 30th, 1945, that do not fit easily into the narrative of a final day, and that are worth noting precisely because they don't fit. Hitler's dietitian, Constanzielli, prepared his last meal with the same care and to the same specifications as any other meal she had prepared in the bunker. She had the spaghetti the way he preferred it and served it at the table with the secretaries. She was 25 years old. She died in the subsequent days attempting to escape from Berlin, her fate uncertain. Some accounts say she was captured by Soviet soldiers, others that she simply disappeared in the chaos of May 1945, never conclusively located. She was never heard from after the fall of Berlin. The 6 children of Joseph and Magda Goebbels were in the Führerbunker that afternoon, the older ones aware at some level that something was very wrong, but not, the testimony suggests, aware of what specifically was planned for them. 12-year-old Helga, the oldest, showed bruising on her face when she was found after her death, suggesting she may have struggled or woken when the sedative was administered and the cyanide followed. The other 5 children showed no such marks, suggesting they did not wake. The specific fact of Helga's bruising is one of those details that the historical record has preserved and that resists the kind of neutral analytical processing that historical study is supposed to produce. The portrait of Frederick the Great that hung in Hitler's study, the portrait he had carried from headquarters to headquarters for years, was left in the bunker. It was found by Soviet forces. Frederick II of Prussia, who ruled from 1740 to 1786 and won wars that made Prussia a major European power through military genius combined with a willingness to sustain casualties that his opponents found incomprehensible, was the historical figure Hitler most consistently identified with as a model of leadership. The specific irony of Frederick's portrait, watching the last hours of the man who had used Frederick's example to justify catastrophic military decisions, in a room where those decisions had produced their final result, is the kind of detail that history sometimes produces without editorial assistance. The people who survived the bunker and lived to tell their stories did so in circumstances that reflected the specific moral weight of what they had witnessed and participated in. Some were prosecuted for their roles in the Third Reich's crimes. Some were not, because their specific roles in the machinery of the regime were sufficiently removed from direct criminality to avoid prosecution under the available legal frameworks, even when the moral weight of their participation was significant. Some gave testimony at the Nuremberg trials. Some wrote memoirs. Some gave interviews across the following decades as the historical interest in the bunker's final days continued, undiminished, as a subject of specifically human fascination. The historical fascination with the bunker's final days, which shows no sign of diminishing more than 7 decades later, reflects something specific about the nature of endings. This is a story about the end of something that had defined the world for a decade, the end of a regime, the end of a war, the end of the specific decision-making that had produced the worst atrocity in recorded history. The specific physical scale of the final setting, a concrete room, a sofa, a portrait, a pistol, is wildly incommensurate with the scale of what ended there. This incommensurability is part of what makes it compelling, the gap between the smallness of the room and the size of what it contained. There is also something specifically human in the way the bunker's final days are documented. the testimony of Trottel Jung, and the others is testimony about recognizable human behavior in extreme circumstances. The lunch with spaghetti, the handshakes in the corridor, the way people talked about ordinary things while waiting for something extraordinary, the specific composure that Eva Braun showed, the specific way Hitler's hands shook. These human details do not make the events of April 30th less terrible. They make them more specifically terrible because they locate them in the register of real human experience rather than abstraction. By evening on April 30th, 1945, the Führerbunker was beginning to empty. The decision to attempt the breakout from Berlin, to try to escape the Soviet encirclement through the city's tunnel network and underground passages, was being planned by those who remained. The breakout would happen on the night of May 1st, organized into groups that attempted to move north through the U-Bahn tunnels and then through Soviet lines to reach German forces to the west or north. Some of the breakout participants survived. Some were killed. Martin Bormann died somewhere in Berlin. His body found decades later and identified through dental records and later through DNA analysis. Most of the other major figures of the bunker's final days either died in the breakout, were captured by Soviet forces, or escaped to Western Allied custody. The bunker itself remained in place beneath the ruined Reich Chancellery. Soviet forces entered and searched it in the first days of May. The rooms were stripped of whatever materials had been left. The physical space, the furniture, the maps, the equipment, all of it were catalogued and removed or destroyed. The bunker was subsequently used by Soviet occupation forces, and then, after the division of Berlin, by East German authorities for various storage and utility purposes. Its existence was not officially acknowledged by East German authorities for decades, partly because acknowledging a site associated with Hitler ran counter to the East German political narrative. After German reunification in 1990, the Führerbunker was the subject of extended discussion about what to do with it, whether to demolish it entirely, to preserve it as a memorial, to mark it in some way. The decision, eventually, was demolition down to the foundation level, with the construction of an apartment complex above. Today, the site of the Führerbunker is beneath a car park and apartment buildings in central Berlin. A small informational plaque near the car park marks its location. The plaque is deliberately understated, specifically to avoid creating a site that might attract neo-Nazi veneration. The question of what April 30th, 1945 means in the largest sense is not a question that admits a clean answer, and trying to produce one would distort what the day actually was. It was the last day of a specific human life that caused an incalculable number of other human lives to end or to be permanently damaged. It was a day when the people in the bunker went through the motions of ordinary life, eating lunch, saying goodbye, maintaining military briefings, while understanding that the ordinary life they had been living for 12 years was ending. It was a day when a man who had spent decades evading accountability for choices whose consequences were measured in millions of deaths chose the specific form of accountability that kept him from any other kind. The choice to die rather than surrender and face trial is its own statement. It has been analyzed as cowardice, as pride, as the logical culmination of a worldview that could not accommodate defeat, as the only rational choice available to a person who understood what the Nuremberg trials that were coming would produce. All of these interpretations contain something. None is complete. What the choice was, stripped of interpretive overlay, was a specific act in a specific small room at a specific time on a specific afternoon, made by a person who had been making choices with global consequences for 12 years, and whose final choice had consequences confined finally to himself. The Soviet shells fell on the Reich Chancellery Garden on the afternoon of April 30th, 1945. The fire burned in the shallow depression near the emergency exit door. The people in the doorway watched from cover. The diesel generators hummed in the rooms below, and in the study, in front of Frederick the Great's portrait on the small sofa, the 12 years of the Third Reich had their specific physical ending. The specific sounds of the Führerbunker on April 30th, 1945, are worth reconstructing from the testimony, because the acoustic environment of that space shaped the experience of everyone in it in ways that the physical description of the rooms does not fully capture. The diesel generators ran continuously, producing a low-frequency mechanical hum that permeated every room, and that people who spent time in the bunker described as something you eventually stopped hearing consciously, but never stopped feeling in your body. The ventilation system produced its own sound, a white noise of air movement through concrete shafts. And beneath both of these constant sounds, intermittent and unpredictable, the artillery, the Soviet guns firing from positions on the city's approaches, the shells landing on and around the Chancellery complex, transmitted through the earth and the concrete as something between a sound and a physical jolt. The specific proximity of Soviet artillery on April 30th was different from what it had been even a week earlier. By the morning of April 30th, forward Soviet elements had reached positions close enough to the Chancellery that the concussions were not merely distant rumbles, but events you braced for. The lights in the bunker flickered with nearby impacts. Dust fell from the ceiling joints. People in conversations would stop mid-sentence when a particularly close shell landed and wait a moment before continuing. This acoustic and physical environment, the generators, the ventilation, the irregular artillery, was the sensory world of Hitler's last morning. The temperature in the bunker was also specific and constant, independent of the spring weather above. Approximately 62 to 65 degrees Fahrenheit, maintained by the same diesel systems that provided electricity and air circulation. The April days above were mild, the German spring having come with its usual indifference to the events occurring in the city. People who emerged briefly into the Reich Chancellery garden or into the Chancellery buildings described the spring air as a specific, almost hallucinatory contrast to the sealed environment below. The sudden warmth and the smell of the outdoors and the daylight, immediately followed by the reality of what was happening in the daylight. The smoke from burning buildings in every direction, the sounds of battle no longer muffled by concrete, the sight of the garden under shellfire. These sensory contrasts between the sealed underground world and the destroyed city above were part of the specific psychological experience of the bunker's final days that the witnesses described in their subsequent accounts. People who spent weeks underground in those conditions described a specific dissociation that the environment produced, a difficulty in maintaining a grip on the reality of what was happening above and around them, because the sealed, constant temperature, fluorescent lit environment of the bunker created its own reference point for normalcy, however warped that normalcy was. Going up the emergency exit stairs into the garden meant stepping briefly into the actual reality of April 30th, 1945, which was the reality of a city in the final stages of military conquest, and then returning underground to the parallel world of military briefings and lunch and handshakes and diesel generators. The specific behavior of the bunker's occupants in these conditions is psychologically interesting in ways that extend beyond the Führerbunker specifically. Crisis environments with sealed perimeters, sustained threat, and limited information. Bunkers, submarines, remote stations, disaster sites produce specific and well-documented patterns of human social behavior. The formation of very intense small group bonds that substitute for the larger social world that has been cut off. A narrowing of concern to the immediate group and the immediate situation, alternating periods of intense anxiety and inappropriate levity, and a specific quality of unreality that most survivors describe in retrospect as having felt like living inside a kind of dream that had its own internal logic, but that bore little relationship to the world outside the sealed perimeter. The accounts of the bunker's final days have all of these features. The inappropriate levity appears in descriptions of the small social gatherings, the drinking, the dancing that apparently occurred in the Führerbunker in the nights before the final day, parties among people who knew they were likely going to die and who had found, in each other's company in a sealed concrete space, a specific sociability that the circumstances required rather than reflecting genuine cheerfulness. The intense small group bonds appear in the specific loyalty of people like Linge and Gunsch, whose devotion to their personal service roles continued through the deaths and the burning of the bodies with a completeness that transcended any rational calculation of interest. The narrowing of concern appears in the way the military briefings continued, dealing with tactical situations in a city where there was no functioning German military left, as if the ritual of the briefing itself had become the point rather than the military situation it was supposed to address. The other deaths in and around the bunker on April 30th and in the days immediately following deserve more than passing mention because they form a specific cluster of self-inflicted and violent deaths that took place within the perimeter of the Reich Chancellery complex in those final days, and whose collective quality says something about the specific nature of the end of the Third Reich. General Wilhelm Burgdorf and General Hans Krebs, the senior Wehrmacht officers still with Hitler in the bunker, remained in the complex after Hitler's death. Both were career soldiers in their 50s who had spent the war in increasingly impossible positions, managing the interface between the Wehrmacht's professional military culture and Hitler's increasingly irrational command decisions. By April 30th, they had been reduced to the specific function of attending briefings that had no operational purpose, reporting the advance of Soviet forces to a leadership that had no capacity to respond, performing the ritual of military command in a situation where command had ceased to be meaningful. Both men died by gunshot in the bunker on the night of May 1st to 2nd, 1945. Their specific final conversations and their specific states of mind in those hours are not recorded in the way that Hitler's final hours are. The fate of the bunker's SS Guard personnel is less documented. These were men who had been assigned to the personal protection of the Führer, and whose entire professional identity was built around that assignment. With Hitler dead, the assignment was dissolved, and the subsequent choices these individuals made varied. Some participated in the breakout attempt, some surrendered to Soviet forces, some disappeared into the chaos of Berlin's final days. Their specific stories, the stories of the bodyguards and the SS adjutants, and the radio operators and the telephone exchange personnel who formed the lower ranks of the bunker's population, are less preserved in the historical record than the stories of the senior figures, because their testimony was less sought and their subsequent lives were less documented. The Chancellery complex around the bunker contained other people beyond the bunker's immediate occupants. The Reich Chancellery building above the Führerbunker had various administrative staff who had remained, and the adjacent Old Reich Chancellery contained additional personnel. The specific number of people in and around the bunker complex on April 30th is difficult to establish precisely, but estimates range from the 24 in the immediate vicinity of the Führerbunker to several hundred if the surrounding buildings are included. Many of these people attempted to escape in the subsequent days. Their fates were various and in many cases unknown. The political testament that Hitler dictated to Trudel Jung on the night of April 29th is worth examining in detail, because it is the last extended piece of Hitler's own thinking that survived him, and because what it contains and what it omits are both revealing. The document begins with the claim that Hitler never wanted war. This claim, made in a document dictated the night before his death in a bunker surrounded by the Soviet army, in a city he had helped destroy through his decisions, has a specific quality of self-delusion, so comprehensive that historians who study the psychology of the Nazi leadership have found it one of the most illuminating single data points in understanding how Hitler understood himself and his actions. The claim is false in every factual sense that can be established from the historical record. Hitler explicitly wanted war. He planned for war from the early 1930s. He chose the timing of the invasions that started the war. The claim in the testament is not a cynical political move made for an audience. It appears to reflect what Hitler genuinely believed about himself, which is the specific nature of the self-deception involved. The document blames the Jews for the war. This is consistent with Hitler's rhetoric across 12 years in power and with the specific logic of National Socialist anti-Semitism, which held that German aggression and German defeat were alike the product of Jewish machination. The specific psychological mechanism by which Hitler could simultaneously believe he had not wanted war and that the Jews had caused the war he had not wanted is a subject for psychoanalytic investigation that the historical record enables but does not resolve. What the Testament makes clear is that in his final hours, Hitler's worldview was intact. The anti-Semitism, the victimhood narrative, the conviction of his own righteousness, none of these had been revised by the experience of losing the war or by proximity to the consequences of the decisions he had made. The Testament appoints Karl Dönitz as the new Reich president, bypassing the traditional Nazi succession order that would have placed Hermann Göring first. Göring had been expelled from all his positions on April 23rd after sending a telegram that Hitler interpreted as an attempt to seize power. The Testament also expels Heinrich Himmler from the party and all state offices for the secret negotiations with the Western Allies that had come to Hitler's attention on April 28th. Both expulsions represent Hitler in his final hours, conducting organizational business in the Nazi hierarchical mode that had defined his governing style, dismissing subordinates for perceived betrayals, making appointments, managing the succession of a state that would cease to exist in 8 days. The personal will, a separate document, dealt with Hitler's property. His artworks were to go to a planned gallery in his hometown of Linz, Austria. His household goods were to go to the Nazi Party or to the state. He expressed the wish that Eva Braun, who had now been his wife for approximately 18 hours, be provided for. The personal will reads in places like the document of an ordinary man with ordinary concerns about property and dependence, which is one of its most unsettling qualities. The mundane concerns of ordinary testamentary law applied to circumstances that were anything but ordinary. Eva Braun's presence in the bunker and her decision to die there require more examination than the brief account has provided, because she is simultaneously one of the most important people in the final days story and one of the most historically obscure, her obscurity being partly the product of Hitler's deliberate concealment of their relationship throughout his life, and partly the product of the historical tendency to see her primarily as an appendage to Hitler, rather than as a person with her own interior life. Eva Braun was born in 1912 in Munich, the daughter of a schoolteacher. She met Hitler in 1929 when she was 17 and he was 40, working at the studio of this personal photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann. Their relationship developed slowly and secretively over the following years, with Hitler maintaining his public persona as a man devoted exclusively to Germany, unmarried and self-sacrificing, while maintaining a genuine private relationship with Eva that was known to his inner circle, but concealed from the German public throughout the Third Reich. Eva lived in Hitler's various residences. The Berghof in the Bavarian Alps was her primary home during the war years. In a position of complete domestic intimacy and complete political invisibility, never appearing in official photographs with Hitler, never acknowledged publicly, never given any formal role in the regime. The question of what Eva Braun knew about the Holocaust and the regime's crimes has been the subject of historical debate. The evidence suggests she was aware of the general nature of the regime's anti-Semitism and its violence. It was impossible to live in Germany through the 1930s and 1940s and be unaware of the general outlines of what was happening, and that she was either genuinely incurious about the specific details or chose not to inquire into them. A choice that has its own moral weight, but that places her in the company of millions of Germans who made similar choices. There is no evidence that she actively participated in or advocated for the Holocaust. There is no evidence that she actively opposed it or sought to influence Hitler's decisions in any direction. What is clear is that she loved Hitler in the specific way that her consistent testimony about him reflects, with a complete devotion that did not require his public acknowledgement. That sustained itself through years of semi-confinement in a country house in the Jungtuth. Bavarian mountains, while the world was at war, and that brought her to Berlin in April 1945 with the explicit intention of dying alongside him. Whatever one thinks about the choices that this love entailed, and the complicity that proximity to Hitler represented, the love itself appears to have been genuine and consistent across 16 years. Her composure in the bunker's final days was noted by multiple witnesses as remarkable. She organized small social gatherings. She gave away her personal jewelry to the secretaries and other women in the bunker. She helped Traudl Jung find food when food was scarce. She wrote letters to friends and family in the days before her death, letters that were subsequently found and that are matter-of-fact in their farewell quality, describing her situation clearly and without theatrical despair, expressing her specific love and her specific peace with her choice. She was 40 years old when she died. She had been with Hitler for 16 years. The Soviet encirclement of Berlin, which formed the physical context for everything that happened in the bunker on April 30th, was one of the largest and most destructive military operations of the Second World War. Marshal Georgy Zhukov's forces had crossed the Oder River on April 16th and advanced on Berlin through the Silo, heights in fighting that cost the Soviets an estimated 30,000 men in 4 days. By April 25th, Berlin was completely encircled. The total Soviet forces committed to the Berlin operation numbered approximately 2.5 million men, with approximately 6,000 tanks and 7,500 aircraft. Opposing them were approximately 300,000 German defenders, including regular Wehrmacht and SS units, Volkssturm militia, and in the final days of the battle, children from the Hitler Youth formations who had been armed and sent into combat by a command that had no other resources remaining. The specific battle for Berlin between April 25th and May 2nd was urban warfare at a scale and intensity that produced conditions inside the city that would have been difficult to describe to someone who had not experienced them. The Soviet artillery fired approximately 1.8 million rounds into the city during the operation. Every major building in the government district was damaged or destroyed. The underground transport network, the U-Bahn, was flooded in some sections when SS forces opened the tunnels to the Spree River in an attempt to stop Soviet forces using them, drowning an unknown number of civilians who had taken shelter in the tunnels. The civilian population of Berlin in April 1945 numbered approximately 3 million people, the majority of them women, children, and elderly, the working-age men having been killed, captured, or still in military service. The conditions for these civilians in the final weeks of the battle were extreme. Food was scarce, water and electricity were interrupted, and the combination of Allied bombing, Soviet artillery, and street-by-street fighting produced a physical destruction of the urban environment that left no safe ground anywhere in the city. Civilian deaths in the Berlin operation numbered in the tens of thousands. The specific area around the Reich Chancellery was among the most heavily contested in the final days of the battle. The Tiergarten district to the west, the Alexanderplatz district to the east, and the bridges across the Spree to the north were all active combat zones on April 30th. Soviet forces had pushed to within a few hundred meters of the Chancellery complex by the morning briefing that told Hitler's generals the bunker could be reached within 24 hours. The specific distance, 300 meters between Soviet forward elements and the bunker's emergency exit, is not a hypothetical. Soviet soldiers could have walked to the bunker entrance in less than 5 minutes if there had been no combat between their position and the Chancellery Garden. There was significant combat between their position and the Chancellery Garden on April 30th. Distance of 300 meters represented hours of fighting through the rubble of what had been the most prestigious district in the German capital. The German forces still fighting in Berlin on April 30th included an unusual collection of units that reflected both the desperation of the German military situation and the specific ideological character of the regime in its final hours. The regular Wehrmacht units in Berlin had been depleted through weeks of combat and retreat, and the forces available to the Berlin garrison commander, General Helmuth Weidling, were a mixture of regular soldiers, Waffen-SS formations, Volkssturm militia, Hitler Youth, and in some cases armed police and firefighting units pressed into combat roles. The Waffen-SS units in Berlin in the final days included French, Spanish, Norwegian, and other foreign volunteers who had fought for Germany under various SS formations and who now found themselves defending the Reich Chancellery district of a foreign capital against a Soviet assault. The presence of French SS volunteers fighting in Berlin is one of the war's stranger footnotes. Men who had been members of the Division Charlemagne, fighting in German uniform for the Nazi cause in the ruins of Berlin, in a district named for the Hohenzollern palaces and government buildings that had stood there before Allied bombing reduced them. These foreign SS volunteers had specific reasons for fighting to the last that differed from the reasons of German soldiers. Surrender to the Soviets as foreign combatants in German service was not a realistic option with survivable consequences, and the Western Allies' treatment of foreign SS members was itself uncertain. Their fighting was partly ideological, and partly the desperate logic of having no acceptable alternative. General Weidling had ordered the defense of the Reich Chancellery area as a military priority, but the resources available to him were inadequate to hold the Soviet forces for more than hours. He spent April 30th coordinating a defense he knew would fail, maintaining communication with the bunker's military staff, and preparing for the specific discussion he would have with Hitler's successors about the possibility of surrender. The surrender of Berlin's garrison was formally arranged by Weidling on May 2nd, 2 days after Hitler's death, when Weidling walked across the lines to Soviet headquarters and signed the documents that ended the defense of the German capital. The role of the Goebbels family in the bunker's final days is inseparable from the overall story of April 30th, even though the specific deaths of Magda Goebbels and her 6 children occurred on May 1st, rather than April 30th. The presence of 6 children in the Führerbunker, brought there by their mother in full knowledge of what she intended, is one of the facts about the bunker's final days that requires the most specific kind of examination. Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, was 47 years old in April 1945. He was one of Hitler's oldest associates, and his most skillful propagandist, the architect of the media environment that had sustained the Nazi regime's public legitimacy through its 12 years. He was also deeply personally devoted to Hitler in a way that was partly political and partly something harder to categorize, a specific identification with Hitler's historical significance that made Goebbels see his own life as inseparable from Hitler's project, his own fate as bound to Hitler's fate by something more than political calculation. Magda Goebbels was 44 years old. She had 6 children: Helga, Hildegard, Helmut, Holding, Hedwig, and Heidrun, all with names beginning with H in tribute to Hitler. Her specific reasoning for bringing these children to the bunker and for what she did to them is recorded in conversations she had with various people in the bunker's final days, including Hitler himself, who reportedly attempted to persuade her to allow the children to be sent out of Berlin. She refused. Her reasoning, as she expressed it, was that the children could not be allowed to grow up in a world without National Socialism, that life in a defeated Germany would not be life worth living for them. This reasoning, if it can be called that, represents a specific kind of ideological totalitarianism applied to the most intimate of domestic decisions. The decision that her children's politics and hers determined whether they should be allowed to live. The children had no voice in this decision. They were between 4 and 12 years old. They were given sedatives in their evening drinks, and when they were sedated, killed. The specific detail that 12-year-old Helga appears to have partially resisted or woken during the process, evidenced by the bruising on her face, is one of the facts about the bunker that does not yield to analytical processing without cost to the analyst. It is simply there, in the record, a fact about what happened to a 12-year-old girl in a concrete room in Berlin on the night of May 1st, 1945, because her parents had decided that the death of National Socialism required her to die with it. Joseph Goebbels died by gunshot on the evening of May 1st. Magda died the same way at the same time. Whether each shot the other, or whether an SS man was involved, is a matter of some historical dispute. The specific physical mechanics of their deaths are less documented than those of Hitler's death, because the witnesses who remained were fewer and the circumstances more chaotic. Their bodies were burned in the Chancellery Garden in a manner similar to Hitler's and Eva Braun's, though with less petrol and less successful combustion. Their remains were found by Soviet forces and identified. The morning of May 1st, 1945, brought its own specific events, none of which have the historical weight of April 30th, but all of which illuminate the specific nature of the bunker's ending. The breakout attempt, planned during the night, required coordination among the surviving bunker personnel, the garrison forces still holding the immediate Chancellery area, and whatever Soviet positions could be identified and potentially avoided in the tunnel network beneath the city. The decision to attempt a breakout rather than surrender was not unanimous in the bunker. Some of the military officers who remained after Hitler's death believed surrender was the only rational course. General Krebs attempted a negotiation with Soviet forces on the morning of May 1st, meeting with Soviet General Vasily Chukov and proposing a ceasefire in exchange for the recognition of Hitler's successors as a legitimate government with whom terms could be negotiated. Chukov refused, as he had been instructed to refuse anything less than unconditional surrender. Krebs returned to the bunker. The negotiation failed. The breakout was planned for that night. The breakout itself, which occurred in multiple groups on the night of May 1st to 2nd, was chaotic and largely unsuccessful in its primary goal of escorting the bunker's senior personnel out of Berlin and into Western Allied custody, or to the German forces that Dönitz was assembling in Schleswig-Holstein. The groups moved through the U-Bahn tunnels, emerging at various points and attempting to move through Soviet positions in the streets above. The specific fate of each breakout group varied. Some were killed almost immediately. Some were captured by Soviet forces. A relatively small number made it through and survived the war. Martin Bormann, who had been the most powerful bureaucratic figure in the Nazi state by virtue of his control of access to Hitler, died somewhere in Berlin during the breakout attempt on May 1st to 2nd, 1945. His body was not confirmed until 1973, when construction workers in Berlin found skeletal remains near the Lehrter railway station, and forensic examination identified them as Bormann's through dental records. DNA analysis in 1998 confirmed the identification beyond doubt. The most powerful man in the Nazi state after Hitler died in a Berlin street, unwitnessed and unmarked, in the chaos of a breakout that served no military purpose because the war was 8 days from its formal end. The physical details of the study where Hitler and Eva Braun died, reconstructed from the testimony of those who entered afterward and from the Soviet forensic examination conducted in the following days, are part of the historical record in ways that reward careful attention. The room measured approximately 6 feet by 8 feet. The sofa on which both bodies were found was against the wall opposite the door. The writing table was against another wall. The portrait of Frederick the Great, oil on canvas framed, was on the wall above or near the sofa. The room had an overhead fluorescent light of the type installed throughout the bunker. The ventilation grate was in the ceiling. The floor was concrete, covered with linoleum. The smell in the room when the door was opened was specifically described by Gunsch and Lynch. The sharp chemical smell of cyanide, which smells like bitter almonds, combined with the sulfurous smell of the discharged firearm. Cyanide's distinctive smell is one of the forensic indicators that would have confirmed for Gunsch and Lynch immediately what had happened, even before they saw the bodies. Blood on Hitler's face and on the sofa, from the gunshot wound to the right temple, was visible. The position of the bodies, Eva curled on the left, Hitler slumped slightly forward on the right, is consistent with each, having been sitting when they died and having fallen in the specific direction determined by the manner of death. The Walther PPK found on or near Hitler's right hand was his personal weapon, a pistol he had carried for years. The chambering of the round found to have produced the gunshot wound was 7.65 millimeters, consistent with the Walther PPK's standard caliber. The wound to the right temple was consistent with a self-inflicted gunshot wound from a right-handed shooter sitting upright on a sofa. The Soviet forensic examination conducted in May 1945, performed by pathologists attached to the Red Army's SMERSH unit, examined the remains found in the garden after they were recovered. The examination found the jaw fragment with a distinctive dental work that was subsequently compared to Hitler's dental records. It found charred bone fragments and soft tissue residue consistent with the burning that had been described by witnesses. The examination was documented in a report that was classified and archived in Soviet intelligence files. The dental comparison conducted in 1945 between the found jaw fragment and Hitler's dental records, described by Keith Heusserman, the dental assistant who had direct knowledge of Hitler's extensive dental treatment history, identified specific prosthetic work, a distinctive bridge on the upper jaw, specific fillings in the remaining natural teeth, specific spaces where teeth had been extracted that matched the fragment. This comparison was conducted under Soviet supervision in the immediate aftermath of the battle for Berlin, under conditions of significant organizational stress and with an implicit political pressure to produce a definitive result. Its reliability has been assessed by subsequent forensic examination, including the 2018 French study, as essentially sound despite these circumstances. The historical question of whether Hitler could have been stopped earlier, whether the decisions that led to the bunker and to April 30th, 1945 could have been made differently at some earlier point, is not a question with a single clean answer, but it is a question worth sitting with, because it bears on how we understand the events of that final day. The assassination attempts on Hitler's life were numerous. The most famous, the July 20th, 1944 bomb plot, placed a briefcase bomb under a conference table at his East Prussian headquarters in a moment when the war's outcome was still not entirely determined, when a different German government might potentially have negotiated an earlier end to the fighting. The bomb killed 4 people and injured more than 20, but Hitler survived with minor injuries because the briefcase had been moved away from him during the meeting, and because the heavy conference table partly deflected the blast. The conspirators were executed in the following days and weeks. Hitler tightened his personal security and deepened his suspicion of the Wehrmacht officer corps. There were more than 40 documented attempts on Hitler's life across his time in power, ranging from amateur schemes to sophisticated military operations. None succeeded. The specific contingency of his survival, a briefcase moved 6 feet, a bomb with a fuse that didn't fully work, a schedule changed at the last minute, is one of the genuine what-if questions of the 20th century. The July 20th plot, if it had succeeded, would have changed the remaining months of the war in ways that are impossible to predict with confidence, but that might have included an earlier end to the killing in both Western and Eastern Europe, possibly the survival of some portion of the Jewish population of Hungary that was deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau in the months between July 1944 and the camp's liberation in January 1945. These contingencies are the domain of historical speculation, not historical fact. What is historical fact is that the attempts failed, and that Hitler reached April 30th, 1945 alive, and that the specific sequence of events from January 30th, 1933, when he became Reich Chancellor, to April 30th, 1945, represents 12 years of uninterrupted decision-making whose accumulated consequences are among the largest and most terrible in recorded history. The immediate international response to Hitler's death, when it was announced, was shaped by the specific circumstances of how and when the announcement was made. Karl Dönitz, installed as the new Reich president by Hitler's political testament, broadcast an announcement on German radio on May 1st, 1945, that Hitler had died. The broadcast described a hero's death in battle, fighting at the head of his troops, a false account designed to preserve whatever remained of the regime's mythology, rather than acknowledge the reality of a suicide in a bunker. The German public, what remained of it in a functioning sense after years of bombing and displacement, received the news through this false framing. The Allied governments were more accurately informed, though the specific details of the physical circumstances took time to establish through the intelligence gathering that followed the fall of Berlin. The Soviet government, which had the most direct access to the physical evidence through its control of the Reich Chancellery site, handled the information as Stalin directed, with a public ambiguity designed to serve Soviet political purposes and a classified certainty based on the dental identification. The Western Allies, without access to the Berlin site until long after the Soviet occupation was established, relied on the testimony of escaped or captured bunker witnesses to build their understanding of what had happened. The British intelligence assessment, based on witness interviews conducted through the summer and fall of 1945, was produced by a young intelligence officer named Hugh Trevor Roper, later a distinguished Oxford historian, who had been assigned to investigate Hitler's fate and produce a definitive report. His report, which became the basis for his 1947 book, The Last Days of Hitler, concluded with confidence that Hitler had died in the bunker on April 30th, 1945. This conclusion was based on his interviews with key witnesses and his analysis of the available physical evidence, conducted without access to the Soviet intelligence findings that remained classified. Trevor Roper's work established the basic narrative of the final days that subsequent historians have refined and in specific places corrected, but have not fundamentally overturned. His access to witnesses in the immediate post-war period, when memories were fresh and had not yet been filtered through decades of subsequent reflection and self-justification, gave his investigation a specific quality of immediacy that later historical work, however more thorough, could not replicate. The narrative of April 30th, 1945, that most people carry is descended through whatever number of subsequent layers of historical writing and film and documentary, from Trevor Roper's original investigation conducted in the ruins of Germany in 1945. The bunker, after the fall of Berlin, entered a period of Soviet occupation during which it was used by various Soviet military and intelligence units for purposes that were not publicly documented. The Reich Chancellery buildings above it were damaged and then progressively demolished in the years after the war. The Führerbunker and the Führerbunker themselves, below ground, were partly damaged by Soviet demolition attempts and partly sealed and allowed to fall into disuse. In 1945 and 1946, British engineers, working in the British sector's boundary area, attempted a partial demolition of the bunker structure, without complete success because the reinforced concrete resisted the available demolition methods. The Soviets, in whose occupation zone the site fell, conducted their own efforts at reducing the bunker over the following years, again with only partial success against the reinforced concrete. East Germany, which was established in the Soviet occupation zone, built apartment blocks over and around the site of the Chancellery Garden in the 1950s. The bunker itself, buried beneath these buildings and the earth above it, continued to exist structurally, its concrete largely intact below the construction above it. Its existence was not officially acknowledged by the East German state, which did not wish to maintain any site associated with Hitler's memory. When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and German reunification followed in 1990, the question of what to do with the bunker site became part of the broader question of how reunified Germany would manage its National Socialist heritage. Various proposals were made: full demolition, preservation as a memorial, historical marking without preservation. The eventual decision, implemented over several years in the 1990s and early 2000s, was to demolish what remained of the bunker to its foundation level while constructing new apartment buildings above, with the small informational plaque at street level, marking the site's historical significance. The plaque was deliberately modest in its scale, specifically to avoid creating a focal point that might attract neo-Nazi visitors. This modesty is itself a specific statement about how the site of Hitler's death should be treated. It should be known but not commemorated, acknowledged but not honored, identified as a place in history without being made into a destination. The car park above the former bunker site is an ordinary car park in a central Berlin neighborhood. People park their cars there. The site below them, 55 feet underground, is the space where the Third Reich ended. In 1945, the war ended in Europe on May 8th, 8 days after the death in the bunker. In the decades since, the specific question of how and why what happened in Germany between 1933 and 1945 happened has occupied historians, philosophers, psychologists, and writers in the largest and most sustained collective intellectual effort to understand a historical event in the modern era. Books have been written about every aspect of the regime, its political structure, its propaganda, its military decisions, its racial ideology, its specific mechanisms of genocide. The testimony of survivors has been gathered and preserved. The documentary record of the regime, which survived the war in remarkable completeness, because German bureaucracies maintained records, even while the country disintegrated, has been analyzed and reanalyzed. What this sustained effort has produced is not an explanation that makes the events of 1933 to 1945 comprehensible in the way that comfortable explanations make things comprehensible, as if they could not have happened under different circumstances. It has produced, instead, a specific and uncomfortable understanding that what happened in Germany was the result of specific choices made by specific people in specific circumstances, that many of those choices were made by ordinary people who were not monsters by nature, but who participated in monstrous things, and that the conditions that made those choices possible, the democratic institutions that proved too fragile, the hatreds that proved too available, the complicity of those who saw what was happening and looked away, were not unique to Germany in the 1930s and are not safely historical in their specific dynamics. This is the uncomfortable knowledge that the story of April 30th, 1945 carries with it. The bunker is the ending. The beginning and the middle of the story it ends are the reason the ending matters. Tonight we followed one day in a specific underground room in a burning city. 55 feet of concrete separated the man in the study from the world his decisions had made. Above him, Berlin burned. Above Berlin, a continent was in the process of recovering from the largest war in human history. And in a garden, in the late afternoon, a fire burned in a shallow depression in the ground, and the people who had been with him retreated to the doorway and watched from cover, and the Soviet artillery fell without reference to what was burning. And the war continued for 8 more days before it stopped. The room is gone. The bunker is under a car park. The portrait of Frederick the Great is in a museum. The people who were in the corridor that afternoon are dead. And the specific thing that ended in that room on April 30th, 1945, the 12-year decision-making of a specific person that produced a specific catastrophe, has been studied and documented and argued about for 7 decades in the most sustained historical examination of any single period in recorded history. And it has not yet been fully understood, and it should not yet be considered fully understood, because the understanding that it demands is not the kind that arrives at a satisfying final conclusion. Sleep well.